Cool. The example that we have here, there are some good resources. So this is an example that we're going to be building, like building basically a personal website, just like where you want to have multiple routes, and this is something that you could use for just starting building your personal website later on. But let's note here what we have. This is our app, and we have it's a little bit slow. There's always a bug. We have this URL. This is like the URL of our app. We have this simple app, and what we want to do is sort of have a navigation bar that has home, about me, and skills. So when you click in about me, it takes you to about, and now how the content changes. This, right? The content changes, and also the URL changes. And if I go to skills, now I get to the skills, right? Also, if I reload the page on /skills, I get to the skills component basically. I don't have to go back to like the slash, but this will also let us sort of have this behavior that you reload the page, which is the expected behavior. You reload the page last skills, you expect to go to /skills, and this is all what we're basically going to learn today: how to handle this, how to have multiple front-end routes on our React application. Now for that, we're gonna have. Wait, how many of you got to read the lesson material before coming in? A few of you. Okay, let's give like 15 minutes for the rest of you to go over it. Just read through. If you already read the lesson material, what you could do to expand is read the React Router official documentation to just be more clear on that. Okay, what are some of the things that you found by reading? Just at random in any order to us.
All your HTML technically is on one page. It's loading components through the URL or through router.
Yes, even though the URL seems to change, well, the URL is changing, but under the hood, we're not reloading an entire new page. It's all happening with JavaScript. The URL is actually I'll say, I don't know, like, I'll call it a simulation. The URL changes, and we display something else. But like the way in which the web used to work was that when you change the URL, another completely new page will be loaded. React allows to have a single page app that just looks like it has multiple pages, but it's still a single page app. It behaves like a multi-page app, but under the hood it's all like simulating the changes in the URL. What else? That's
You can wrap, we can use functional components as props.
Functional components as props. What do you tell me more about that?
Maybe I've seen in the lecture where one of the components has a prop.
I see it.
Another component as a prop.
I see it. Got it. So we can pass components themselves as props. Do you remember we were talking about like just props in general, how we were able to pass in a number, a string. Then we started with those two. Like we started with numbers, string, like primitive values. Then we pass a function as a prop that is not a primitive value. And that's how we were able to update the state of the parent component from the child component. Now this is sort of like the next level is you can also pass a component itself through props to another component. We're going to be doing that. So let's do like passing component as props. Component. What else? Joanne? You can have nested routes or sub routes on this call as well. Nested routes. How is it? How do we create a route? Anybody say anything about like how to create a route? Suzette?
With the link tag, so it says link to, when you have a route.
So we're gonna have a link tag. We're gonna have a link tag, and we're gonna have a route tag. These are tags that we haven't seen yet, or tags are these are React components that come from this new library that we're gonna be looking at today, which is called React Router DOM. The React Router DOM will let us import these two, and these are the building blocks for our routes, basically. The link, just like its name, will let us sort of have display a link to the user that the user will be able to click, and the user will be taken to a route. We're going to see later on. Anything else? Cameron?
There's like on the side of the route, you can use something that looks like a prop. There's more like hat that has a string that goes somewhere, like to
Right.
on it.
Oh, that's the, yes, this one, the route will have a prop called path.
And exact too. So like maybe the
Exact.
main page or next page.
And this matches the two. Once we have a link, you're going to have a to prop, which is to where is that link going, right? And then the path will be matched based on the link to prop. Anything else? about how to. And then, yeah, this come from React router DOM, which is what we're gonna install just next. So if anything comes up, raise your hand to make a comment or a question. So for this example, let's just build this this app that has basically the scaffolding for a personal website. I hope you bootstrapped a React project already with npx create React app, or if not, you could just go on Code Sandbox to bootstrap one there quickly. So I have one here that I just started called React-routing, I call it. React routing. Oh, I think I opened the entire folder. That doesn't matter. The first thing that I like to do when I bootstrap a React app locally like this is just get rid of all the stuff that I'm not gonna touch yet, like this test file, the logo. What else do I like? In index.js, remove all this stuff. I oftentimes remove the index CSS too. This applies to style to the body, so remove that. On app CSS, what I do is I remove the logo, I leave app CSS, and I leave just one div. If you do this like on Code Sandbox gives you a more lean React app that doesn't have all this stuff. And I think that's it. I just leave app.js, index.js, app CSS. Public, I don't touch it. And that's it, basically. Let's fire this up to make sure that it works with npm. I have to cd into React. Networking, not networking. Routing. This is where we are. Let me open just this folder with VS Code. So what's this here? We're back here with our app, and then let's just run this app with npm start. Open still localhost 3000. Cool, so I think everything is working, nothing is breaking. Let's put something on our app just to... on app CSS, I also like to just remove all the stuff that I'm not using. And I only leave like one selector for text align center, which you could also remove. Cool, and then in apps.js, I'm just gonna say, welcome to my personal website. Let's do, in case someone opens my news. Cool, and we have that displaying there. Cool. So we have everything working. Questions before we get into React routing about maybe the cleanup of the app.
We're going to be using
We're
MJS and the components.
components, we're gonna be using like, I think we call it just routes, since it's gonna be, no, sorry, yes, we're gonna use just components the usual way, the components folder. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do this.
I got rid of service worker, but now it seems to have broken my thing.
Oh, I changed on index.js where service worker was being used. I removed
Oh,
that.
yes.
Uh-huh. Other questions? Yes, Avita. Say that a little bit louder. Yes. Also, let me share this link so that you can see, so that you can just access my code. So I just shared the link so that you can connect directly to my VS Code and see all the code that I have. If you click on like this thing here, that is like a tiny pin. If you click on that, you will follow. You can follow me. The problem is that will make you, when I change files, your VS Code is going to change files. So that might be a double-edged sword. It might be good or, yeah. So if you want to like find where I am in any file, you can just click on this. I think this should take you to wherever I am. If you click on there, maybe, I'm not sure if you have to pick my name, maybe. Like when you click on that, do this list appear?
Yeah.
And is my name in that list?
Yeah.
But and then if you click on my name, then you will be able to follow me. For instance, like here, I could follow like Owen, for instance. I can see that when I click on there and I selected Owen, Owen is in app.js. And he switches to index, then I go back to index. Yeah, just showing like how you can follow people. Cool. Somebody's touching the. Somebody's touching the git ignore file. Okay, so then, as we said, we are going to need to use this library, this third-party package that doesn't come built into React, to be able to have routing. And the first thing that we want to do is install that. So let's open the terminal, and I'm going to open a different terminal while being in my folder, and I'm going to do npm install React Router DOM. React Router DOM is the name of the library that will let us do multiple routes on our apps. So let's hit that. If you run Code Sandbox, remember that there is like on the left side, on the left side, there is an add dependency buttons that you can search for React Router there.
Hello.
Yep.
We wanted to install it globally. We would put npm install that.
That's correct, but you don't want to install the React Router DOM globally ever. You want the React Router DOM to always be installed locally to your project. Also, like sort of going back to package.json, if we look at here, our React apps, we just haven't like looked really closely, but our React apps will also have a package.json. Do you remember what the package.json was for? Peter?
Tells you what your dependencies.
It keeps track of your dependencies, right? So that when you want to replicate this project, you know all the code that this project depends on. If we go to package.json, we can see all the code our React apps are depending on. There are some new stuff that I didn't know about, like this testing library, for instance. These are, as this says, are like dependencies for testing. They're not really required for our app to run. But in here, we see the code that we need for one of our apps to run. And always we will need to have at least React and React DOM. These two are the ones that are the core of React, basically. We get React scripts. That's because we're doing it with Create React App, and Create React Apps comes with some scripts for you to launch and build your application. And we just install React Router DOM. React Router DOM will be what will let us do routing in our apps. But this is basically the code that our project depends on. Just that we hadn't looked at this that much, but we also got a package.json here. So cool. So we install React Router DOM. With that, now let's use it. So for the first step, and this is a step that you mostly do just once. I forgot about we need these two components, but we need one that wraps them all. There was one component. Anybody knows what the other component? Yeah, there's two other components that we're gonna see. There's one that we only have to do once. Yeah.
Is it switch?
Switch is not the one that we're looking for, but it's definitely one that we're gonna see. So let's put it here. Switch. Neil? Browser router. Is that the one you said? Yeah. We need the browser router. And this is the one that orchestrates basically all the others. And we only need one of these. We only need the browser router once. So whenever we're setting up routing, we will start by doing this step. And again, this is a step that in your app, you will ever need only one browser router. So for implementing our browser router, what we do is generally you can implement it anywhere as long as is the root of your component tree. Here, our root is app. So we could implement it here. Most commonly, we just implement it here. Now, the first step is to import by destructuring browser router from React Router DOM. So we import at the same time destructuring just browser router. And in here, what we do then, the next step is we need to wrap app with the browser router. This is just sort of setup steps. We need to do browser router like this. Browser, I have a spelling mistake. And in the middle here, in the middle of the browser router, we need to put our app. Oops. Like this. You open the browser router component and wrap app in it, like so. And this is the component that will let us. This is the one that is gonna do the heavy lifting of changing the URL of our components. We don't have to think too much about this one, the browser router. Yeah, the browser router is the one that is also going to provide the back and forward functionality when you go back on a page. That's going to be the browser router. Yes.
So do we take out that?
No, that stays. This document get element by ID. If we saw this was like we talked about it when we were just introducing React. This is the entry point of React. This is how sort of React gets hooked into the DOM. Yeah. If you look at like in the public HTML, in public folder index.html, you will see that there's a div with an ID of root. That is the ID. That is the div that React targets to mount the React app, and that is something that only happens once, and we only need it once. Yes, Joy.
Can we get rid of the logo files, the manifest JSON, the lots?
Yeah, we could get rid of all of this. We could get rid of all of this. We just need to make sure that in our HTML, we just get rid of this also. Yeah. The manifest, wherever we like referencing manifest and logo, we can get rid of that. Any other questions? Browser router is the first component that we import from React Router. And this is just like setup boilerplate, basically. This doesn't do much, or at least for now. Like our app just works exactly the same, and that's pretty much it. Yes.
Why is saying that the browser router is not exported from React Router DOM?
Do you have it like this in curly brackets?
Yeah.
And no spelling mistake in here. You could copy and paste this line so that you compare it to yours. Wait, maybe, let me just see that maybe I'm getting the same error and I'm just terminal. Let's close this one. Let's just to verify. Let's kill it. Let's start again. Did you install React Router, Dom? Yeah. No idea why that might be happening, to be honest. Try to kill the app, Control C and start it again. See if that works. Cool, so we wrap our app in the browser router and then we can start using this browser router. We can start having routes basically. So let's say here, let's start defining some routes. So I guess let's first of all let's do the links. So let's say here I want to create a navigation bar. So I'm going to say nav, and we will use, like when we were doing just plain HTML, we'll do an anchor tag like this, a and a href. Let's say like I want to go to maybe this one and like call it home. Let's see this first. This is not the right way to do it. Let's do home. Let's do about, skills. No, let's say we have a blog. And let's do about, skills, and blog. Let's see what this gives us. Let me close this, put this to the side, and we have these links up here. They're all smushed together. For not having them all together, what we usually do is in React, we just do a string here and a string with a space. This is sort of like a small quirk we have to do for spacing it out. Sort of weird, but we do have to do it. Or let me know if you find another way of doing it.
We're gonna do it in CSS.
Yeah, you could do it in CSS, yes. Mhm. So just put like these curly brackets with a string with one space to separate it. No, that doesn't work. Yeah. Spacing is spacing here. Let's look it out. Let's, like putting the space inside of the tag. Is it? It puts, no, actually tell you, it works. It puts the space, but it also extends the underline. You see what happens? Like here, we have the space. I just extend the underline. So that's why we do the other. Cool. So again, this is not the way we're doing it, but we need to sort of like understand why we want to use a link instead of this. This is how all links in the web work basically. You have an A tag, which is short for anchor, that will be a link to another document. If you click on any link and you inspect it, you will see that at the end is an A tag. Now, the problem with this is I click on about, and you can see, this is maybe a little bit hard to see, but I'm gonna click on skills, and my browser is refreshing completely. Like you can see this, the icon and the stuff, this being refreshed. So my app right now, you see sometimes we get a flash, but you can see that here my app or this website is reloading completely. And that's not what we want. A good thing that we do is when we see that the URL is changing, as I do, let me maybe zoom in. I don't know why this zooms in so much, but you can see that when I click on this, the URL is changing, and sometimes we get that like flashing. But we don't want our entire app to refresh. So the way in which we implement these links is going to be with the link element that comes from React Router DOM. So let's import the link element here. Import link from React Router DOM. Also, you may React Router DOM is the package, so we could use React. I don't know if you have probably heard of React Native, which is basically the React that we know, the core React that we know, but it will let you do mobile applications, native applications. And for that, like if you want to have multiple routes, then there is a router for that. There is React Router Native for when you're building a native application with React. And for the DOM, which is the web, we use React Router DOM. That's sort of like a side note. Cool. So we have the link, and what we want to do is turn these links, these all anchor tags, into links now. And we also need to change the href. No longer is href. This will be 2. I'll suggest. So link, all the anchor tags change to link, and the hrefs change to 2. 2, cool. Oh, also, we need to change these ones here, the closing one, the opening and the closing one. So this will go to link. Oh, closing link. Somebody is hovering over the thing, or somebody has the text selected. Cool. So as we see, nothing really changed. We still see the same links. But as a minor thing of the behavior did change, which is almost imperceptible, but we have the URL changing. The URL is changing, but the app is not refreshing. So that's the first improvement. We don't get that flashing anymore. Again, this is because under the hood, React Router DOM is sort of like checking. It doesn't have. It is not respecting the original anchor behavior, right? It is handling it all under the hood for us and changing the URL for us as well. But our app is not refreshing. Something that might be a little bit confusing is, but it's good to also be in mind, is the link. If we inspect our elements here, I wonder if I can move this. Let's inspect like this link. When we inspect this link, it's actually an A tag. It's an anchor tag. But again, this is an anchor tag that we didn't create ourselves. This is an anchor tag that was created through the link component. And it's just that, again, under the hood, the React Router DOM library is going to handle the routing for us. And it's just like basically, this is more for accessibility that is still good to show anchor tags. They just don't behave like refreshing the page, basically, on a page transition. Yeah.
When you want to refresh page, and how to refresh the page, it takes to wouldn't that like keep all the information from like whatever else it wasn't really before?
Wait, so when we have anchor tags, or when we have links, do we keep the information?
Like when we're changing pages.
The old way.
Everything we set
But
let's say in the state, for example.
But you're saying when we're changing pages in the old way, or with the new way with the link?
With the old way.
With the old way, everything gets like thrown out of the window.
This, like, everything stays the same.
Yeah, everything stays the same. Yeah, I guess like, I guess that's. Well, that could be like a little bit hard to demonstrate at least now. But what the example that Michael is suggesting is, if we have a state and we change that state, and we have all like anchor tags ourselves, like here, that state is lost basically, or is reset basically, because when you're loading the entire page, it's a new entire app is loading. So when we have this, and then we put this back, href. And this link. Oops. A. So this is not the right way to do it. It's in React. We get the same stuff here on the HTML markup, but here the page is reloading entirely. So if we had any state, like if we had a counter and we increase that counter by 3, and then I click on another page, the counter gets reset to 0 basically, because the entire app is loading again. When we do link, the app can change. And the URL changes, but because we're not loading the entire app, our state will still be kept. Yes?
Does this decrease the load on, like, because websites have to provide information, right? So it's not constantly loading its page, that this ultimately saves them bandwidth? Is that the right word?
That's correct, yeah. This new way where we basically have a front-end app that is just requesting, instead of requesting every time the entire page again, it's just requesting for chunks of information like the to-dos or like the Pokemon, or in this case, the dogs, instead of fetching an entire new page from the server. Yes, Hugo.
No, I was just like along those lines. I'm like, think like, is this for like more
Yeah, we're gonna make some network requests. Yeah. Cool. So this is yes, Joey.
When you were thinking the link tags, are they pointing to missing pages, but you didn't get any errors? Is that something you have to look out for? Link tags that missing?
You mean so? Right. So like, I don't have an about, a skills, a blog, and you will expect like if I go to skills, but the skills doesn't exist, to show maybe an error like page doesn't exist or something like that. That's what you would that we would expect. No, we can see that that's still true with like the regular ones. You can see that here, for instance, I have the A tags, and none of these routes exist. But I think what's going on here is that if it doesn't exist, it will just take you to, it will just display the main page or the root page. Yeah. And what's next is actually show something different on each route, basically. Other questions? Cool. So here, let's get rid of the A. Just know that like link tags, under the hood, they will be A tags once we see them like in the HTML. But they're special. You can think of them as special A tags that are being handled by React, by the React router DOM package on the browser router. Instead of behaving like traditional A tags, they will behave special, where they change the URL, but they don't reload the page. Yes.
So there's no use for A tags at all?
In React, no. Yeah, that's a good question. In React, we just use links. Oh, well, I guess there's one use case that I just came to mind, which is when you're linking to a page that is outside of your app. Like if I want to link to my GitHub repo, that is a page that is not in my app. So I guess the answer is it depends. For internal routing or links that are of your app, you want to use a link. For everything external, you use the regular A tag. Yeah.
How do you use the link?
We can experiment later on, but it won't take you anywhere. It will show the URL changes, but it won't take you anywhere. Cool. So going back to the link here, what was this? Going back to the links, let's then actually show something differently. So it is very common when we're doing like routing, that every component that we want to show here, like here we want to show like a welcome message, and about we want to show an about page. Oftentimes, like when you're changing routes, there is like a lot of content, right, that you will show on those routes. So 9 out of 10, what we want to do is we couple a route with an entire component. What that means is the route about will be coupled with an about component that is in charge of showing the about page, and so on. For the skills, and same for the blog. Just generally, like when you're changing routes, like there's a lot of stuff that will change in your app, and that is just an entire different component. So for this case, what I'm gonna do is let's create 4 components in my React here source. I like to create a folder called components. And here I'm going to create one component called, let's call it home, JSX. And in here, import. Okay, let's do something. I need 3 of you to do the other components here. But just do a component that basically shows a header with the name of the component, just like this. Import React. I think you can create files on my VS Code, right? just have our component that renders a header with the name of the route, basically, which is going to be something like const. This one could be something like this. Home. Export default home. This is just a functional component, but this could be, it doesn't have to be a functional component, it could be a class component. In fact, we could have like our entire, the app that we were working on this morning, the dogs app, we could just, maybe, hopefully we have time, we could just have it in a route. We could just, let's say on our personal website, you could have a route for each one of your React apps if you want to like showcase them. And we could have a route for our dogs app, basically. So this is like a very small component. I see, thank you everyone else that did about blog. Here they're just like one-line components, like functional components written in one line, just because this is more about routing than components themselves. Cool, is this it? I think we needed another one. Skills. Maybe, yeah, let's do something like somebody else add a small description on about, and somebody else maybe do a few, I don't know, paragraphs for the blog to, you know, have something more interesting than just headers. So there's sort of like some mock data. On home, we just have the welcome. On blog, let's have like a few mock blogs and about maybe a small description. See, Michael is doing the blogs. Owen is doing the about. Somebody's already working on the skills. You may want to consider this live coding for your next group project. Yeah, maybe so there's some, let's see how blog is going. We got some blog. Cool. We got a blog with some lorem ipsum about some skills. Let's do maybe here like maybe like the skills can be a list of like, I don't know, JavaScript, Express, Node, I don't know if you know Photoshop, whatever else. So I think, I was thinking that maybe blog should have a list of blog titles. But let's do it like this for now. Let's do it like this for now, and then we can see how we can have like maybe nested routes once we have like maybe multiple blogs. For home, let's do. No, this. Do we have a classroom like photo? No. We have like where we're all in. Maybe like at the beginning when we started. Yeah, we were started. We probably had one on the first day. No. Wow, that's true. Let's just pick a random one. Cool, so let's leave this as it is. And let's do what we have. So I think there's a way in which you could actually also see my app live. I don't know if anybody has like figured that out. Because this does say that like the port is shared. But I guess I don't know if you're running on the same port that I'm running, then maybe that will give some context. So we go to our app, we go to home. Oops. Oh, right, we have these components, but we're never using these components. So we made our components. Now let's actually have them work. There's that one there. And to then make use of these components is, somebody put the blog here. So let's see this. Well, we could have them all here. We have a blog. Anyway, we have the blog here, and we could have like, what we will do is, without routing, we'll have to show them all at the same time, right? But we don't want to show them all at the same time. So for that, we're going to use the route component, basically. That's what the route component is for. So instead of like have them all here, what we're going to have is in here, we could have some routes. So we're going to use route, like this. Make sure that route is coming from React Router DOM, so we'll need to make sure to import it in here. We're bringing the link and the route. And now the route, some of you saw, there are two profs that are most commonly passed to the route. As we saw them there, is path and exact. Let's start with path. So let's do path. Let's do home. So let's do this. Let's do path in here. Whenever the URL is this, what we want to display is the component home. So this is how, right, so there's those two props and the third one is component. What we're doing here is passing in the home component. It's the entire thing, passing in the home component to the route component as props. We know that this is how we pass props. We pass the home component as the component prop to the route, and then we have to make sure that we import. We're gonna be using blog, but let's import home from components/home. And somebody's already importing the rest. But import home from home, and then we say here route path this, and what this is saying is whenever the URL matches slash, then you just show this component, show the home component. So let's take a look at that. Then we have that. Let's do this. So when we have slash, we get two. This is the home component. We actually see, this will be helpful. Let's look at the components in the React Developer Tools, and we're gonna see some new stuff. So one is, you're probably used to seeing app as the main component, as the top level component. Here on your components, React Developer Tools. Now we see browser router. Browser router is now our root that comes from React, and that has some stuff like router provider, and finally we see app. And this is new stuff that I haven't looked at. Forward ref and router consumer, but these are these are the links. I didn't know that they're just called anonymous now. So these are the links, anonymous. They appear like that on our React Developer Tools. So that's not that important. Wait, somebody saved something. Going back to, somebody fixed the image. Thanks about that. So here, let's go there. Let's collapse these anonymous, which are the links. And here we see the route. And we can see that in the route will render, this is the route component that we have, and the route will render our home component. So this is our home component that we have here. And we basically have our home. Now let's do the rest. So just copy this line. Say on about, we want to show the about component. On skills, we'll show the skills component. And on blog, we show the blog component. So we have that. We need to import those at the top. I think you just uncomment this, since I think it was Michael that wrote them here for us. Just uncomment the import statements. Oh, this is something that I tend to do, is the stuff that I am importing that I wrote myself, I leave after the stuff that I'm importing that I didn't write, like this. This doesn't really matter. Generally, I like to think of the stuff that is at the top are the main imports that I didn't write, and then after that, the stuff that we did write. But again, it doesn't really matter. Cool, so we have this. Let's make sure that about, let's make sure that all of this is saved. And now let's look at this. So I'm gonna have to reduce the zoom. And the thing is, actually, that image, can we make the image slightly smaller? I did pick a 4K, but it was smaller before. Let's just make it smaller as it was before. Was that in some CSS? Let's do, wait, so this is gonna affect all the images. We only want the image on home, so let's do this a class name here. Class name home, so that in app CSS we can just do home image, and let's have a smaller. Let's see. We do have it in here. Oh, I guess I removed it accidentally. So import app.css that comes from, I think, the current folder. Yeah, cool. So one thing that you may notice here is that we are rendering two components on the same route. So if I go to home, we render the component that matches, which is this one that's showing, this is our home component. If I go to about, then I see my home component. I also see the about component. If I go to skills, I see my home component as well as my skills. If I go to blog, I see my home component and the blog component. And this is because routing by default is inclusive. So what happens here is when React internally is looking at your routes, is checking each one to see which one it matches, and those that match, it will display. In this case, we have slash will always match. If we have slash about, the slash about has literally a slash in it, so this one will also match, and so on. So all of them will match if all of them will match also this slash. So that's just something that you want to keep in mind, that React will check each ones, and those that match will be rendered. And it's partial matching, right? It's not matching the entire thing. Like here, it's not literally asking just for the slash. It's asking for a partial slash. This has a partial slash, a slash at the beginning. And that will make it show like this. But this is not really what we want, at least for now. And that's where that other prop is for, the exact prop. So when we do exact on a route, what we're doing is we want this route to be matched exactly. Whenever the path, or whenever the URL matches the path exactly. So we do exact path, and as we see now, once we go to home, we see that. We go to about, the home was removed, and we see about. We go to skills, about was removed, we see skills, we see blog, and skills was removed. And these are going back to sort of like the lifecycle methods. When I'm changing components here, when I'm in about, when I change to skills, skill will mount, and about will unmount. Now here skill mounted. When I go to blog skills, the skills component will unmount, and the blog component mounts. Yes, Joy.
How can you have
Multiple routes.
Yeah, and
We only need to put exact on whatever it is that we want to do, like an exact match. Well, Joy, so to answer that question is React will just render the route that matches, basically. So in this case, we know that only one route will match at any given point. Yeah.
I mean, how do you, like, if you want the about component to show up on about and skills, but not blog or exact. Like, how can you?
I see.
Can you do like path equals / skills space / about? Or?
So I see. So what you're saying is you want the about. Let's say we have like. Well, sort of like the navigation bar. The navigation bar will show on all of them, just because this is just rendered by default. The thing is, and let me know if you find. I haven't, like, to be honest, I haven't found a good use case for having two different components rendered on the same route, and having to do it like with basically two routes like this. Whenever we have one of these routes, we mostly will have a main component like skills, and then if there's anything that wants to appear on skills, let's say we want, I don't know, let's say maybe like, let's say we have a component for like sharing on social media, I guess. Like, you have a component that will just show the icon of Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and you want that component, this will be a component, to appear on skills, because, you know, maybe, or I don't know, maybe to appear on about and to appear on blog, because you want people to share your blog posts, let's say, and you want people that maybe want to share your website or about you. That component, instead of having like that component render in two places through basically routes, I'll just have the about component import the share social media component, as well as the blog component import the share social media component that has those, instead of having them like route. But here is how we can have multiple routes. We see that, again, our app never refreshes. This happen really fast. And we have basically an app with multiple routes. Let's see, any questions? Yes, Janesh.
Does all the components load up once you go to the person?
That's, so you're saying like the about loads, the skills loads, and the blog loads, even though I'm only showing home?
Yeah, do they load or do they not load?
They don't load. Like when I'm here, when I'm home, there is no hidden about, skills, and blog. They are destroyed, basically. They are erased from your memory. They only get created once you click on them. Well, actually, now, I guess the true answer will be, I don't really know. We could look in the constructors. I think the constructors are being called whenever I switch here. If the constructors are not being called, then they are kept somehow. I think the constructors are called when you switch. But you know how we could verify that with a small console log on the constructor and see if the constructor happens again. So yeah, yes. Yeah. So we have this problem. So whenever we have routes and we have paths, the path in the route is compared to the URL, and that comparison is a partial comparison. So if the URL matches this path, which is if the URL is anything that starts with a slash, then this component, the home component, will render. In this case, so we have sort of this problem. When we're in home, we're good. We only show home. But we're in about, we're showing home, and we're also showing about. But this is not really what we want. And the reason why we are seeing these two is because the matching of the path with the URL that we have in the browser, this URL, is being compared to the path in the route. but that comparison is doing a partial matching. So whenever we see a slash, that is going to match because it's just a partial match. When we see a slash about, this is a partial. In this case, we match everything, right? If we're in a slash about, everything is matching. But the thing is, the slash is also matching on slash about, because here we're doing a partial matching, right? So basically, anything that starts with a slash will match, and that's something that we don't want. So what exact allows to do is to change that behavior of the matching to be exact matching. So we now say, I only want to render days if the path, if the URL matches the path exactly. If there's anything on the URL that doesn't match the path, I don't want to show it. Oops. Let me show this. Here. So when we're in about, there is only one route that matches about. The one that we have, this one. This one no longer matches again because we were saying we want for the first route to be an exact match on the path and the URL of the URL. Yes.
Why do we do that instead of doing /home?
Yeah, that's a good question. We could do /home. That's totally valid. So we could do /home, but then now I forgot about a link to /home. But if I go here, go /home, I get home. And so here we're in a /home, but here we're on just slash. So I guess it will depend on how you want to build the app. If you want the main page that the user looks at when they visit, then you'll probably just have slash. If you want to maybe show something else in that main page and have home display something differently, then you will have home like this, basically. So it's basically up to you. Neil.
Is there a use case where you can give an approximate what it should get to?
What do you mean? Give me an example.
You have exact. Is there close
Partial?
to the endpoint? If there's if someone's there's an error somewhere, you want to catch them and send them to that endpoint, approximate.
So there is no approximate matching or contains or starts with.
Yeah.
There is, but for that use case, we just use a component that will render on all the other routes that we're not handling, for showing a 404 error, for instance. Yeah, but there is no any other matching. There is either exact match or partial match, beginning from end, basically. Cool. Any other questions about route, link, browser router? And again, we are able to now have multiple routes displaying different components. Yes, a video in the back.
I'm not sure if you explained it, but why is it just empty quotes?
Yeah, the empty quotes is because we want this space here. Try to remove those, and you'll see that this space disappear, and then it's hard to tell what link we're clicking. Yes, Douglas.
Is that something you could account for in CSS if you wanted more space?
That's correct. I think somebody asked that already, but yes, you can do it in CSS. That's no worries. I think I'm trying to see if there's one why would you want to do it on CSS or JavaScript in React, and I don't have a good explanation for which one should you go with. Yeah. a reason for like the links, sort of just to bring that also home. A reason for the links to be, even though we use the link tag, that under the hood, it will end up being an A tag, sort of like a special A tag that is being handled by React, is because when you go to a website, for accessibility purposes, you can hit tab on your computer and it cycles through the links. If you do shift tag, you go back. So for people that don't use the mouse or can't use the mouse, then we want the A tags to still work. And here I think I can hit enter and I go to skills, hit enter and about, and I go to home and so on. I think, no, space just scrolls down, so it will be enter. Other questions? Cool, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we get back to more React routing.
You have to press one button and then oh yeah. So I'm pretty much thinking of and it comes up
You don't have to like import any jobs.
no, because it happened. It's the thing it says it's put it directly into your but you're not in contact with grants, so it comes up as this. I'm wondering if there's a way that I can use this functionality.
Yeah, I guess like there must be a way.
So it's here, yeah, that's because it goes straight into the HTML.
Okay, so that's
This is the thing that I have to use.
yeah, this is the thing that makes it appear, which is just probably it's probably the React is stripping this out. Let's see. So like when you have it here, you can expect to see the square. Right, this is going to create a knife. Yes.
Yeah.
For the well, where is this? Is this but this is weird to load that. he also had. So this other iPhone, who knows what it is. So I feel like I don't really know the answer to this. What we can do is maybe let's go over here, like integrate Twitter widget.
No, it's not really, yeah.
And there's probably a component that we can use. Oh, it's obviously this. There's probably a component that you can use.
Because this is exactly how I want it to look. Yeah, so that's exactly how.
Yeah, so maybe this is the way to go. Let me know how it goes. I think it's probably you just need to install this component and learn how to use it.
Okay.
And I think it should work. But let me know if you run into trouble. I can help out.
Alright.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh shit. No.
I see.
Yeah.
We should do something too. Maybe on Wednesday.
You should don't have fun without me.
Play a game. Yeah, it will be cool. We'll see. I'll try to.
Yeah, heads up is such a you played it.
Yeah, I suck at that.
It doesn't matter. Do it in teams.
It's easier
Oh,
when
yeah,
you
yeah.
have
Like doing charades in teams.
Oh yes, charades is when you're trying to.
That's almost like
It's like heads up. Might as well play heads
Right.
up.
The charades is just like people trying to
Act out.
the thing.
They
Yeah.
have an option, like
what's
act
the
out.
other one where you draw?
Dictionary.
Oh yeah, Pictionary. What was Owen's idea?
I said we should do like a third-person escape room as a game.
Oh.
So there was 15 people, and I was like, oh,
Usually games are really big.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have like 10 minutes of freaking out.
Escape rooms are fun to have.
I've
Yeah.
never done one, and I think I would have really bad anxiety. So
Yeah. Escape rooms are.
You're not locked. You can leave.
Yeah, there's an emergency button.
Oh, wow. Literally have to just walk out the door.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm leaving. I miss what? And to get your
So number one,
everybody has somebody on the field that honestly, that's very controversial.
I mean, I was even just trying to like 0.5 to 0.5. So see what-
Well, you were not console on Just by that description, I can see the problem.
And then I had to add the second. Just like,
Cool. So we have. Let's see. Cool. So since we're doing this like this example with like a personal website, after like sort of that introduction, we will change to this other website, my pet's website, and that we just do that change to sort of like display basically nested routes, like having. Let me actually just show you sort of like the behavior here. But I feel like it will be even more productive instead of changing the app, just like keeping with this app and basically handling nested routes on this app. But let me show you here what this app looks like. And you could also look at it like if you click on this link, my pet's website. But what we wanted to illustrate with this is this one has just 2 routes, pets. But in here we have now sub routes. When we go to pets is just showing this list of links that when you click on, let's say A23 for Oreo, it just shows you something specific like Oreo here. It shows you, this is like the example is, you have all these pets, these are their names, and you click on one specific, and it takes you to like that specific one page. And I feel like we could simulate this with just simulating it with the blog page that we have, maybe having like titles of blogs that then when you click on one, it just takes you to that specific blog. And here, and the way, like, yeah, I'll still say, sort of go over this example in your own time to see how it works. This is like, this data is just all simulated. Let me just sort of like give you a quick tour. If we go to app, we have the usual links. We have the routes wrapped in a switch. We're going to see that next. And we have the links. Then let's look at the pets component. Pets component is a class component that has some sub routes, and it also renders a list of, well, it's rendering the pet list. Pet list, when we go to pet list, so here we're seeing pets, the entire component, and pet list is a component that is just displaying these links here. If we go to the pet list, we have basically just a link of few pets. Actually, so we can actually do similar to this one with what we have, so to see it from scratch. The only other thing that this has like interesting is that when you go here on all this data is like mock data that we have. Let's put it out here. Now in this case we have like this file pet API, which is not really an API, is a mock API. We built this to sort of simulate getting data, and what this does is it has an array of pets. And it has a get all, get one that will just return. Get one will just find one specific one, and get all will get all of them. So I'm thinking about like just reusing something like this for our blog posts. Yeah, I guess let me copy this. What we're gonna do here is on a file, I'm just gonna call it like blog post API. We're basically just gonna simulate getting this blog post from somewhere in the internet with, where are my folders? I'm just gonna leave it like on source, create a file, I'm gonna call it like post API.js, I'm only gonna copy this that I took from the other. So each post, and whatever it says pets, I'm just gonna change to post. Get all pets, posts, post. Again, this is just to sort of simulate simulating an API. Let's say instead of the name, we're gonna have title. Title. And let's have title, and also let's have something like content. So if you could go on, let's do this. So content. So let's do something that just everyone just, or actually just how many of you? 2 minus 2 to 7, that's 5. We have 5, 6. 6 of you just like go on like the Lorem Ipsum website, or just get some random text in here that is considerable. Change the title to be sort of more like realistic to a blog post title. And the content, just get some Lorem Ipsum or some content from some other website that is a little bit more hefty. So I'm gonna take care of the first one, for instance. So for Oreo, say I ate an Oreo. And for content, Wikipedia. I'm gonna take the description basically from Wikipedia to be like the content of the blog post. Just this one, it doesn't have to be that big. Oh, you will have to be in the lookout for like nested quotes. Cool. Here I'm going to define a function to only get the titles, let's say sort of to simulate it. Const get all titles, which what this is going to do is this is going to do posts map post dot title. Oh, actually, we'll need the title, and we will also need the ID. Okay, let's just get rid of this. This will be the get all. Cool. So we have a list of posts here. Let me just do. Just filling out this rest so that he has something. Cool. So we have this data, this mock data that we are going to pretend we are getting from the internet. And now let's show how to have like nested routes. So one thing here that we want to do is, so this before we do that, let's just introduce the switch component. So the switch component is a component that will wrap all the routes, and the only thing that the switch component does is that it matches the first component, it will render the first component that matches, rather than like rendering more than one component. That is, we can do with without the switch. What the switch allows to do is to just render one component, the first one that matches. So in fact, if we go here, this is how we had before, exact path. Well, switch is not defined. Let's import that here from the top. So we import switch. And with switch, everything just works exactly the same way. If we go back to our app, we have home. Oh, we have home is still pointing to, we want home to point to the main, just to slash. So let's go home. We see our home page. We go to about. We go to skill, blogs, everything just works exactly the same basically. But now here with switch, I'm saying that the switch will match the component, switch will render the component whose route matches first. What that is, let's say we have, how can we demonstrate that point? So one is, for instance, we could get rid of the exact here, and if we put this route at the end, our app will still work exactly the same. And this is because switch will check every route, and the first one that matches, it renders that. So switch versus no switch is React was checking every route, and those that match are render. When you have the switch, only the first one that match renders. In this case, actually, let's look at this before without the switch. So what I did was I put my home route as the last one, and we go to blog, or we go to about. And we see that the about component is rendering, but also my home component is rendering. This is because without the switch, React will just render all the routes or all the components in the routes that match. So we basically have inclusive matching. If we go to switch in this scenario, let's put this back. So we put the switch. Now we see that only the first route that matches is the one that's rendered. For in this case, with the original approach, any route and home will match, right? Because this one always matches the slash. With switch is the first one that matches. In this case, the first one that match about is about skills. Blog, if we go to home, none of the earlier ones match just the slash, only the last one. So using the switch in this fashion, we could do sort of get rid of that exact. And using the exact or not using the exact is not a big deal. Yeah.
So your slash by itself should always go last.
It doesn't have to be. You will see it in tutorials online. You will see it like at the bottom, or you will see it at the top with exact. Oh, but actually, let's look at this. For instance, this is a good point. So let's get rid of the exact, and have this. So what do you think is going to happen here? Anybody willing to speculate as to what we're going to see? So here I remove the exact path. I have switch, and the rule of switch is it will match the first. It will render the first route that matches. In this case, only home will be matched. So if we live like that, because switch is matching the first one is rendering the first one that matches. The first one that matches without the exact path will be just home, and we get the others. The other are basically unreachable components. Right, like if we move component down one, then about becomes reachable. Home works, about becomes reachable, but skills and blocks will still render home. That's just some quirks that you have to be aware of. So again, you could just have, for now, let's just do exact path here. And if we think about like the switch, going back to the earlier comment that Hugo shared with us about how this could be done without React Router, with some if statements, right? This switch component gets its name from the control flow switch statement, which is basically which ones match, right? When you have like a switch, let's look at sort of like this one.
So what is exactly break?
Yeah, basically it's like a break on the exact same one. JavaScript. So it's sort of like this. Let's actually look at this, maybe. Right, like React is something like this. Like that switch component, it behaves like the switch statement. It will check the first one. If it's that one, then it goes out. But no, so actually that's not correct about the exact then, because if it matches the first one that match, it goes out. On this one, like is going over all of them. Is going. Imagine like this is our switch and this is our routes, right? And it's just checking. The switch will be checking which path is matching the URL on that one that matches first. Even if there are other later on that match, the one that matches first is the one that will be rendered, basically. So that is just something to be aware of. With the switch, we have only one match. The first one that match. So another way to look at it is when you have the switch statement, when you have the switch component, the order will matter. A bad practice though is like just doing exact path on all of them. Cool. So that's basically like what you will want. This is bad. Exact path on all of them is. But I'm trying to remember exactly like a good argument for why that's bad, but I'm missing it at the moment. But this is basically the switch statement. The switch job is just to look at all your routes and see which one is the first one that match the URL. And it's always wrapping your routes.
What if you have like something else?
Like about?
Uh-huh. like like a nested. We're gonna see nested next. Mm-hmm. Peter.
So we don't use exact, but it could be used with like another route.
Mm-hmm. Right, like in this, or
Not confused, but when it matches partially with another route.
that's correct. Yes, that is. I think that is a very good point. You want to do exact only when a given route will match partially with another route. I guess like an interesting example would be, let's say that for some reason you have something like this. So you have a schools. This will be, then here, if you have skills now, this still will work. The only problem will be if you type in SKI, but let's not go down that rabbit hole for now. Yeah.
No, I was gonna say like maybe an example like if you have like a skills like / JavaScript
Mm-hmm.
like in the same thing.
Like here. Yeah, this is always
Yeah, so like, would you put it exactly
on this one. The answer is I wouldn't put an exact here. I will nest this route within the skills, which is what we're gonna do next. Mm-hmm.
Is there like a default?
The default is a route with no path. I think like this one. But in this case, actually, yeah, in this case will be the home. Because a route with no path will always match. In this case, it won't match because we have path. Oh, no, but in this case, if we have something that doesn't match / or doesn't match about or skills or blog, we're gonna see this one. So this could be like your 404 component. Let's do this one. Let's do like error. Error not found. And let's just go import it. Error not found. I'm just gonna create a component that shows a not found basically. Oh, I can't change the name. Oh yeah, here. This is incredible. No, that's fine. Let's do error. (404). Not found. Error not found. This one was deleted. Oh, you got this error GIF? Oh. Okay, when I changed the name of your component you were working on, Michael, and then what it did was it created a new one. So let me just take this URL. Get rid of this component. This is just an image for, oh. And let's see if we are now able to like handle that. As we go back to our app, so we have all of this work, and if the user tries to navigate to something that doesn't exist, they'll get error 404. So this is how you could handle that, where we just have a component that shows that, and we have a route with no path. A route with no path always matches regardless of them. And here what we're taking advantage of is also the switch. Right, this is something that we couldn't do without the switch, for instance. If we take out the switch, then we'll always see the error. But here is the switch. If we know that it's going down, one by one, checking if the path matches the URL, and it's going to render the first one. when you basically on whatever route, on a Givers route, you check this one doesn't match, check this one doesn't match, blog doesn't match, then this one will always match. A route without a path always matches. Cool. Any questions up until this point? Yep.
Just wondering that 404, is that linked to the actual error page, or is it?
What do you mean to the actual?
Like if I was to get a different type of error, would they say error?
No. So like when we're doing like front-end apps, the most like common error is just the 404. There is no way to like, for instance, to get one of the most obscures, like what's another one, like 500, for instance. 500 is for when you get a 500 in your error, which I think 500 is server error. That is then you like your app is just dead completely, and it will show like literally just the 500 instead of your app at all. Yeah. Say that again. Right, like if one of those, I had one recently that was giving me, like this one. I think it was, I forgot. I had a page that I didn't think it would exist, but it did, and it was giving like a 503 or something like that. But that was like render React server side. Cool. So we're able to match anything that we're not handling like this. We'll go to the error. Cool. So let's see how to nest some routes. Oh, somebody duplicated the error component here. Cool. So now what we're going to do is let's have our component, the blog. Blog will be a component that will show a list of the blogs, basically, just a list. It won't show the content. So for that, let's go to the blog component. I'm gonna get rid of all of this. Question, yeah.
What's the shortcut to go to such a team process like that?
Oh, you do command click. Command click takes you to whatever the thing you clicked on was defined. So here what we're doing is, let's say this is going to be a class component now that extends from component. Extends just so that we simulate some state. Render, this is going to be a render function. And this will return like a div. And we're going to have some state constructor. We're not going to use the props, so we can leave the props out. Super. Is that state? Let's call it posts. In post here, we're gonna put the post that we get from our mock API. Now let's just so that we sort of refresher on lifecycle methods. Let's do component it mount. Let's say something for now, just console log. blog component mounted, and let's do also component will unmount, so that we see what I was talking about earlier. Say blog component about to unmount. So that we see this. Oh, sorry, thank you. Well, unmount. Component will unmount, since that unmount is not in my dictionary. Cool. So then let's look at this. We have a blog. We basically didn't change much. Let's put here like a header blog, and here we're gonna have a URL later on with some LIs that are gonna be titles of our blog post, something like this. Later on, we're gonna fill in this dynamically. So we have the blog. Let's now look at what the page looks like on our browser. Put this out here, this here. For some reason I closed it. I have home, skills, blog. Once we go to blog, we can see, well, we don't see the empty list items. But this will be like blog 1. Four, 3, 2. Something like this. Something like this. We're gonna have a list of blogs. You're gonna be able to click on them, and it's gonna take you to that specific blog page. But I wanted to show you here the console log. We go to console. Let's start like on home. Oh, let's do here again. We're on home. When I click on about, nothing happens. When I click on blog, we see blog component mounted. Now if I go out of blog to about, I get the blog component about to unmount. The blog component was completely removed. And I guess to maybe answer the question that Janesh suggested earlier about if the component is completely destroyed or just unmounted and hidden somehow. Just do console log blog created or something like that. And if we see this more than once, we will have learned that then it is destroyed. So let's go to home. That works. About, let's go to blog. We see that the blog was created, the blog component constructor was called, the component mounted. Let's go to skills. And we get an error. Cannot appear as a sentence of li. I guess I put some li in, but we can ignore that for now. We get the component, blog component about to unmount. Now I'm gonna go back to blog, and we see that the blog then was created again, and the component mounted again. So nothing from the blog, nothing that you keep in the blog will survive once you change your route. The component gets created anew, basically, in here. Cool. Any questions up until this point about routing in general, maybe the blog component? This component will just render a list of blog titles for us to click and go check out those specific blogs. Cool, so we have this. Let's get rid of these console logs. In fact, we're gonna use component did mount. Let's use component did mount because sort of simulating that we're reaching out to an API to get these components, we're gonna do something like, I'm gonna import here the React or the Post API, import Post API that we created earlier from the main source file Post API, like that. And this is this file that we created earlier. Close this, skills about we don't need. Post API, let's put it in here. Error not found, let's get rid of that. We're not gonna touch home, let's more home. Cool, so we're here. This is the Post API. It's just simulating getting some data from an API. And let's say we want to get that data as soon as the component mounts. So we are going to do post, let's like data equal post API dot get all. This will get us all of them. And then we're gonna set the state with this data. This dot set state. Posts data. So let's take a look to see if this works. At least to see if the component is the component state is being set. So I'm gonna go to the browser, and here refresh this. We go on the components. And here, so this is when this comes in really handy. Now that we have routing on top, then our component tree has these routers, and you will have to like drill down here to find your components. And that, as with larger apps, just becomes kind of a pain. But that's why we have this search bar, this search box here. The component that I'm interested in is the blog. So I type in blog and it immediately locates it for me. On the blog component, I'm interested to check out the state, just to see what we're passing. And we're gonna be talking about, let's see. We see that on state, on the blog component, as I located it with the search bar, blog, we see we have state, post, we have an array, and we have 9 elements. Cool. So our mock API is doing its job, getting us an array of posts. Here we have content, ID, title. Cool. So with this, what we want to do next is just display a list of this stuff. How do we display a list of this stuff? Whenever you're making a list on React, it's sort of like the same pattern. How do we make a list appear? So I guess, like, Michael, I guess you could keep going. You're doing map, because we want to iterate over, but we don't want to iterate over the post API. We want to iterate over the posts that are in the state. No, this will be this dot state. That's because we are simulating our data fetching here in the component date mount. So we'll end up with them in the state. So we could just do map. Again, remember that you could do the loop with pushing elements to the empty array. Just map is just really handy. Let's say we only want to show the post title. Yeah, let's get rid of those. Let's get rid of the hard-coded ones. I think that's it. Let's check it out. So here we're just mapping over the posts that are in the state, for each one creating an li with that post title. So as we go here, we basically end up with our elements. I did an Oreo, I'm Sailor Luna, Belle, Snowball, and all the others. These are the stuff that came from imagining an API Cool. So let's get rid of these. Cool. Any questions about this? Getting our mock data. Let's get rid of component will on mode. We're not going to use it. But any questions maybe about the mapping or the blog component as a whole? Now, like also the sort of something worth noting is that when I go to about, blog was destroyed, the blog component was destroyed, and when I go back to about, it's created again. The information is gotten again from our mock API. And it just happens really fast. We don't even notice it. That how this list is being created automatically. Cool. Okay. So from here, then how do we make? So let's say we want to have our URL be something like this. We have blog. Let's say we have blog /posts/123, for instance. And if we go to this URL, we want to show the post that has 123 as the ID, let's say. This is sort of like the next point is how do we, do you remember like in Express how we can have URL parameters that we specify with colon? Like if we had like, was it something like, let's say like users, and we will have something like this colon username, where this could be, where colon username will be sort of like a catch-all for anything that comes after users. So like this will match if I do users AL, let's say there's a username with that name, users / Popeyes. All of this will be sort of captured in this URL parameter. Do you remember this from Express? How we can have these URL parameters, and this will allow us to catch basically variable usernames, basically. Well, we have a very similar thing on React. In fact, we're literally write it in the same way with colon. So let's learn how to handle that. So let's go back. So one thing is we want these things to be clickable, and when they click, we want them to go to /post to /the ID of that post. So for that, we will need to make all of these be links now instead of just LIs. So in our mapping here, what we're going to do is I like to format this mapping a little bit different, where I put the curly brackets here on the opening. Sometimes, depending on the linter that we have, it doesn't let us do that. Okay, it does that. This is the state map, and then here, I'm going to do it a little bit more explicitly on a separate line, so we can appreciate a little bit more. And then here, return. And then I'm missing just the parentheses here. Something like this. This is still doing the same thing. I just changed from explicit return from implicit return to explicit return. Giving my function, my arrow function, a body with these curly brackets, and then now needing to type return. But this works this works in the exact same way. Let me comment this out. Now we said that we want this to be, instead of LIs, we want them to be links. So actually I still want it to be LI because LI is the right thing for list of items. So what I'm going to do is just have an LI that wraps a link. A link. And I'm just going to put this stuff inside of my link here. Something like this. That map is starting to grow a little bit. Oh, thank you. Yes, we will need to import link at the top. Link from React router. Cool, and let's see what this, what kind of behavior this gives us so far. Put this here to the side, refresh, and we now have all of them being links. That is the first good step. All of them being links, but they are not being linked to anything, right? And I said I want to link them to slash posts slash the ID. How could we do that? How could we make this link go to slash posts slash ID, something like this? So we'll actually do something like log slash post slash, you know, whatever ID we picked, A7. Peter.
You need to set your link to something.
Say that again?
You need to give your link like a 2 attribute.
Correct. So we will need to add here a 2 attribute. And notice here that before we were doing like 2 just with quotes, and this will work. Well, not exactly the way that we want it, because we sort of don't want it to be hard coded. So we could do post. But then how do we get like the actual ID into here, right? So for that, what we need to do is I want basically the post.id, the individual post.id. But the problem is each one has to be completely different. So we'll need to do string interpolation or string concatenation, and we will need to do this with curly brackets then now here that will return a string. So we can do this. Let's do string interpolation since it's this one. We end up with something like this. We want to link to slash post slash post ID, and we're going to learn something about how links work and routes work in here. So let's save that. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but all the links went back to blue before they were all purple. Yeah. And this is just like by default styling in the browser will color purple the links that you have already visited. It keeps track of it internally, and blue those that you haven't visited. So, but let's look at here what we have in the URL, what's going on. I'm gonna click on I ate an Oreo, and it goes back. It will go to post slash 428, 2, 3, and 4, and we get our error 404 not found, which might come in handy, right? Like we haven't handled this route, but note that in the blog, I wanted this to go to blog slash post slash the ID. But when I click on it, it's going to post is getting rid of the blog part. And that is because by default, links don't nest. Links you could think of like the to attribute needs to be an absolute link, basically, or sort of like an absolute path. So I'll need to say here, blog. This is a little bit inconvenient. We can get rid of it later on as we see more. So I just added blog/post to the link. Let's go back here. Let's go back to blog. Add an Oreo, and we see that the URL change. We are on blog/post/A2, 3, and 4. We're still in the, and we don't show the 404 because there is a route that matches. What's the route that is matching here? Blog, right? Because this part here, and if we remember that the partial matching that is going on, this is matching, in this case, is matching blog. It renders the blog component, and that's what we want. What we want to do, or any questions up until this point about the links, how we created them? Yeah.
Just a small one. How did you get rid of the bullet points?
I think that has been somebody on CSS.
Oh, okay.
We can look at the CSS around and list item. Oops. Which ones? How many CSS files do we have? This app. Oh, here. This is how we can get rid of the bullet points. UL list tile none. That gets rid of the bullet points. Other questions on what we have so far? Yes, Romeo.
For me at least, if I keep pressing on the list item link, it concatenates the URL.
Let's see. Oh no, that seems to be a bug that you have. So when you click on one, it just keeps adding to the end of the URL.
Yeah.
That must be something here. Do you have it exactly like this? Yes, beautiful.
When I click on mine, it just goes to the error page.
Error page. Did you notice that we changed this to blog? In here, in the 2, we added the blog because we don't have a route for /posts. We could have it if we wanted to, but here is more of the point is more of nesting. Right. So we have a link that is pointing to the right thing. Now we have to put a route that will sort of respond when that link is activated, or rather it will respond when it sees that the URL in the browser matches that path, etc. So for that, what we're gonna do here is let's see. So this is interesting. Here we could do. There's a few ways, and I think I'm afraid that this might backfire. Let's do it. Let's do this here, and let's check how this could be an approach. Maybe not the approach that we ultimately want, but in here, let's have a route. This is in the blog component. I have a route that says path. And here I also have to use, I'll also need to use a full path, not a relative path, that we basically have here. Path blog/post/id. This is what I was talking about. This individual, or this sort of URL parameter that we can have in React. We can also have this URL, and this will match any this will match basically any ID that we pass, just in the same way that we will match this in our React apps, in our Express apps, any username. Yep.
But in the past, there's no way to reference the directory of.
The previous path, sort of.
Well, no, not relative, absolute. Like the directory where app.js is.
There is a way that we can access once we see the route props, because these routes are passing props to our components. We can get it from there.
Because that's why it's concatenated. Because when you said that it returns us to, defines the blog path, if you click the links, it brings us back here, but then it just tacks on the blog post ID or /ID.
I think I don't understand why some of you are experiencing the concatenating at the end. I think it will need to be something that we look at after for like how is it that that's going on. Wait, O'Neil, did that get solved on yours?
Yeah.
What was it? The concatenating. Okay. So let's look at this. We have a route with a path that is referencing a link that we have, or sort of that will respond to whenever the browser changes to this location. And here we're going to render a post component. This post component, let's see what we have. So trying to find it. A post component is mount. So I think somebody wrote this component for us. This component, what it's going to do is, this is the component that will represent a single post, right? And this component, as soon as it mounts, is going to make the sort of like our mock API call to get one specific post, and it's going to use this .props that match that params ID, and we're going to talk about that next. And it's going to set that post to the date, to the state, basically. And then it just renders the post title followed by the post content. So I guess let's look at the behavior of this. So let's go here. Seems that we have an error. Somebody changed this. Let's do. This could just be UL. This is repeated. Ooh. Else. Cool. Now somebody messed up the skills file. But they had a UL. Oh, I see. Cool. So note what we have now here. We have home. As I go to blog, we see the blog list, basically. And as I click on an Oreo, that article just appears here. And when I click on Bell, oh, that one doesn't appear. Nibbles. Oh, Bell. So let's see. We have Oreo. Oh, okay. So yeah, we have to. This is an interesting problem. Say that again. But I don't think we will need to route back. Here the problem that I think we have is, yeah, this is the problem. For instance, the ID for ID and Oreo start with A 2:34, and the Sailor Luna also starts with A. So I think it might be, oh, but then all of them break. None of the other. So there's one that is sort of like messing it up. When I refresh the page, if I'm on Snowball, I refresh the page, it does load that one when we refresh the page. Yeah, I think. Do you have a question?
No.
Okay.
I was gonna say that when you refresh it.
Can you go back a little bit to when you added the route path?
Here.
That was in blog.
Blog. We have
Yeah, it's completely like on it out now, but
this one.
yeah. That was a switch up. Was there anything else you had to add to that post?
Wait, I think I didn't have this switch initially.
So for the post component, that's coming from
This one here. This is the post component.
you think so?
Mm-hmm.
You would have added this.
If we go to app.js, then we can have this route blog post /ID, and then this will work if we have this route, because then we end up having separate routes for rendering separate components. So if we put this route here, let's see, go to blog, Itanorio, then it takes us to sort of that page, Snowball, Hijack, and so on. So in this case, this will work. And this is definitely a way. I feel like maybe I'm just not misremembering, because we will want this to be nested instead of just listing them all. Basically, because if we have something like this and we have like a bunch of routes and a bunch of sub routes, we end up with app.js just being a list of all our routes. But let me look back at one of the examples. Maybe like this one. No, not this one. No, this one. Let me see which one we have that. Pet list. Link to /pet/ID. Pets. So yeah, this is the way that we need to do it. That I just forgot how to do it. On pets, we have this switch. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is render pet list. Yeah. So yeah, this is the way that we will do it, and this is where this switch sort of becomes like very much just like an if statement, because in here we will want to show the list of pets, or we will want to show an individual one. So again, this approach works. Having just listing our route on app.js, but then the problem with this is just that our app, if we have a lot of routes and a lot of sub routes, ends up being just a giant file with just routes that are a directory of routes, and that might be good for some cases. I'm thinking of like just have it in a central place for your routes. But yeah. I guess from what you're saying, yes, we could have. Maybe we could define well, I guess I'm not really sure what you're talking about, Sergio. But if you're talking about maybe having all your routes in an array and mapping those routes to maybe components that have the same name of those routes, then I think that could be a way of sort of automating this route definition that will be created automatically. However, I've never done it, and I've never like really seen something like that being done explicitly. But so let's just nest this route, and I think so. For nesting this route, what we will do is here we will have the blog. The blog component will render one of two routes. So the blog component will render. We will have something like blog. Then we have one. We have two. This will be two routes. For the most part, we just forget about the routes and we just think about the component itself. For now, let's think about the routes. So we have two routes. This will be /post/ID, and this will be just /post. And I think, no, sorry, this will be. This will be /blog. And this is where /blog/posts ID, and this is just /blog. But then this here we'll have a problem. So we're gonna have two routes. This is the blog. We're gonna have two routes, one for /blog and another for /blog/post ID. This route will render our blog. This will render our list basically, and this route will render our individual post. And the way in which we can accomplish that is then by having in our blog we are going to have this, which is our switch. This is closed. We're going to get rid of this. We're going to have a switch with two routes. Those two routes that I mentioned. One will be to /blog. The other one will be, this one doesn't need to be exact, blog/post/ID. On this one though, let's see where else. Component blog, because this one here will be passing itself. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna have a function. This is a little bit, just bear with me. Render links. And this is where we're going to do. And here, this render links function will just iterate over the blog post and return the list. So in here, we're going to do return. And we're going to do basically all of this. All of this stuff. It's going to cut the URL on the mapping. And I'm going to put it in here. Return this. Now, if we call this function here, we haven't lost anything. Render list. Okay, what did I call it? Links. If we have this dot, nothing has really changed in the way our app behaves, or in the way we see our app here. I wonder wonder why it's taking so long. Yours is taking long too? You know what, let's do this because I wonder if it might be because we have like the connection. Try to restart this. Cool, so we're back here. Blog. Right now, nothing works. No, but the link should just work because we have set those up some time ago. No, we're never setting the state on like on an infinite. Oh, this is the infinite loop. Let's get rid of that for now. We had a blog that was calling itself on a route, so that was a good catch. So we go blog skills. Okay, everything works exactly as we had it. We see the list being made. It's just that sort of we outsource that list to this function, this.render links. This function is doing what we were just doing in the render, which is mapping over the post and creating a link for each one of them. So what we want to do here is then just call this function if we have an exact match in blog. And the way in which we can call this function is with, instead of component here, there is one more prop. That's the last one, I think, that we will see on, that we can pass to the route, and that prop is called render. We're gonna see render again in a few. Render, the difference between like render and component is that when you use component, you're literally passing in a component. When you're passing in render, you are passing a function that then renders a component. And we're gonna see why we need render later on. But in this case, we want to do this.render list. So if we are on this route, we're gonna have this.render list called, which will render the list. And if we're on this route, blog post /id, we're gonna get the component post mounting. So let's go skills, blogs. So we can see that one is that is still working. And now here, as we click on sale, we have this stuff appearing here as we had it before. And we also have that same issue that we had before. Let's try since we know that, wait, this is weird because we have the exact path here. Say that again? Let's try this here. Let's swap this. About. Huh. We are rendering. This is a render list. Oh, I don't need this one anymore. The function that we were calling there. But then, wait.
I think I know what this is. The post component itself.
Yes, and we're gonna need to fix that later. But let's see, why aren't we showing the list in here? Let's turn this back on. This render list is here. Oh, so it's actually render links. So spelling mistakes. Okay, let's see. Okay, so here we have our links rendering again, and then we have this, which is each one is going to, since we have the blog, this H1 header is being like shared by both routes, then this will always be shown, basically, which is something that you may or may not want. And then here we have the Sailor, Bella, Snowball, and I'm going back with command backspace, or not backspace, command left arrow, which is the same as clicking back in here. So we can see that if I go back, it goes back on those places. And again, this is like, even this behavior that the browser is like sending to our app to go back, is being sort of intersected by React, and instead of reloading the page when you go back entirely, it internally just makes the change here. Because the React router DOM is sort of tapping into this to get this effect. And this is basically how we can get a nested route on with React, where we have this sort of behavior. And so sort of going back to the problem that we were having before, as Michael said, yes, we will, this one is not updating. The post is not updating, but this is fine for now. Wait. Wait, what are you doing, Michael?
Change the post.
Right, but then we end up with duplicate lists. It will be depending on what.
Well, the way I did it is that the way I had the post set up is anytime that it mounts, it picks a particular post. So the post was already mounted and it was being updated.
Right, so then we could maybe have like component did update for handling that. Say that again?
Why don't you just change the post?
No, I changed
This one?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, like let's see why we would want to have render, which will basically be the last point. Let's get this back. Michael, you could show me like later on your code if you want to discuss further. Let's do, well, I guess let's explain the post component. What this component is doing is, as soon as it mounts, is going to get the data. Oh, this is getting data here. As soon as it mounts, it will get the data here. Wait, yep. I don't think we're gonna go over it again. No. What part can I re-explain right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's too many people updating without specifying do this,
Uh-huh.
and then it appears and we're like, where does it come from?
Got
It's
it.
kind of hard to follow.
That makes sense. Let me turn this one on to just like a read only, so that you could still have access. Read only. Copy that. This. No, you can click on that one. And we were like where we were doing this was here on the route, on the blog basically. We left on the blog that we were able to show this component. Let's just get rid of, let me fix this. Post. Post state, yes, this is gonna be post the title and post the content. Data. Also, so sort of rewinding, we have, let's see that we have this fixing, npm start. We started on app. With app, we just have routes and links. You want every link to have a matching route. The two, basically the link, you want to match the two to the path. And this, what we have here is that the link to home will match the path, the route with path slash to just display the home component. The link to about will match the route to about, and we're going to show the about component. The link to skills going to match the skills route with the component skills. The blog link will match the route with path blog and the component blog. So anybody or any questions up until this point about just basically this one is the first level of routing and basically showing different components depending on which one it is. So that is what gives us this home, about, skills, and blogs. So questions on this, basically on the first level routing, which is this. Basically mounting different components depending on the URL that we have currently in the browser. Yes?
Why switch over exact path and why use exact path again anyway?
That's a good question. We want switch because, or we just want to be aware of routes by default will match, one, they match partially, so the path will match partially. So going back to this, going back from this, here, without the switch, all the routes that match even partially, the URL will be rendered. What that is, if we're in about, we have /about, then just slash also matches because /about has a slash, right? Even the error not found component will match because a route without a path will always match. So let's look at this. You can see that I'm on about, and on about I'm technically rendering three components. I'm rendering the three components that match on about, which were the first one. This one matches because /about has a slash, and the route that doesn't have a path will also match because it doesn't have a path. All that will match. And then we have basically on this page where we have just /about, we are showing three components. We're showing home, about, and the arrow 404. So we vary. Let me know if you find a use case for when you want to show basically multiple, like have multiple routes for a partial match that you want to show multiple routes on the same sort of URL. So that's one thing. We can get rid of that multiple matching, or to get rid of that multiple matching, we have to use a combination of switch and exact. If we use switch, what switch does is that it makes, instead of what switch does, is sort of like restraining to only render one route, the first one that match. If we have more routes that match, those will not be shown. In this case, we are on /about, and we're showing the first route, we're showing the component on the first route that matches, which in this case is home. Because this one, because /about has a slash, and is the first one that matches. A way in which we could get rid of, or sort of this obscure behavior is, we could just take our home route to the bottom, which if we then are aware that switch will check this route one by one, going one by one, checking which one is a match, and it's going to stop on the first one that matches, then this will work. Because if we're on /about, switch is going route by route, and it says that the first one immediately matches. When we go to skills, it's going one by one, trying to match skills, what we have here in the URL, to about that doesn't match, to skills that match, exit here, just render the skills component. Even when we go to blog, we have, it's still doing this, all the entire process. It's checking blog against about and against skills. And on this one, it says that we have a match on blog. If we go to home, none of the earlier routes match, only this one match. So this is one way in which we can get rid of that. Having basically showing multiple components on the same route. Let me know if any one of you finds a use case, a good use case for rendering multiple components on the same route. Using route. And then the last one we have here is for everything else that we didn't specify here, we have this error not found component, which is if we could try to visit a route that doesn't exist. Oh, interesting. In this case, we have this route that doesn't exist. We have /1 2 3 4 5 6 7. This one, if we remember what we have gone through, this should make sense because it's checking 1 2 3 4 against about doesn't match, skills doesn't match, blog doesn't match. Here it does match. /1 2 3 4 has a slash, and that will match here. Let's try what happens if we do this then. We have, let's put that one at the end. Let's see what we get. On this one, when we put 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, or just about any gibberish we put, we get the error. That's good. About, skills, blog, those work. We go to home, and we have an error. Again, that is because the switch is going one by one, checking which one it matches. And in this case, a route without a path always matches. In this case, it just stops here. And because switch will render the first one to match, it just stops here. We never get to the last one. In this case, then we will need the exact path. We know that, well, one thing we learn is if you have a component that will not, if you have a route that will not have a path, that must be the last one, because otherwise you're gonna get stuff sort of stuck on that one. So the route that handles sort of the 404 error no path, and you could do, wait, so if we go to /1 2 3 or 3 4 5, we get to that. But even if we go to home, we get to, wait, in this case, I haven't saved. 1, 2, 3, 4 route that doesn't exist, we get it here. So it's getting stuck in here, rendering the home. But in this case, we may want to render the 404, and then there we will need the exact path here. To make this one match the path exactly, not partial matching. And then once we have the exact path, we are back to everything working as expected. And an unexistent route, we have to save, unexisting route will go to our 404 component, basically.
I have a question. What if you did,
Yep.
without the exact set path, something that goes in slash something else?
Wait, so when we didn't have exact, but in this case, well, we saw the problem of that. But I think when we first show it like slash without an exact path, we didn't have this component. So wait, could you repeat the question?
Like you have double slash, like localhost 2000 slash something random slash something,
Oh, like here?
and another slash.
In this case, well, I have, without exact path, we will render the home if it's in this location. And yeah, that makes sense because when we have slash g slash hj, which doesn't make sense, the first route to match here will be home because we don't have exact path. Once we put exact path, then anything nested, I think. Oh, maybe this will, if we go to about, we get about, but if we go to about and something that doesn't exist, we still get just to about. We will have to handle that differently if we wanted to. Cool, so is that a little bit more clear why we need like exact and why we will want the switch? Other questions about these sort of first level routes? I mean,
What's the difference between this getting rid of the switch and putting exact for every path?
So I see. So doing the difference between switch, which is this, and the other approach will be this, which is no switch. Let me comment this out. No switch and everything on exact path. There's only one difference that I can think about. Well, okay, so there's actually two then. We have, this will work, but every time we always get this one. We will always get the error because the error doesn't have a path, right? So in this case, like we don't know the path that an error could have. You know what I mean? Like they could literally type in anything. So that's, I guess, one that I didn't envision. How in here, what we're rendering is just, again, switch, knowing that switch only renders the first one that match. And when we don't have switch, we render all the ones that match. And here we are rendering blog, because that's the one that match. We don't have switch, so just React keeps comparing. Does this one match? Wait, this one, yeah, this one doesn't match because it's exact path. And this one match because it doesn't have a path. So this is one problem. The other, like, less maybe apparent is the fact that if we have, let's say we don't care about 404s. Let's say we have this, and here we have everything works as we would want. And for unexpected routes, we just render nothing. Let's say we wanted to do this. This would work. The only thing that I will want to say about why you want to have a switch is, I'll say, a minor performance improvement, which is on this case, without the switch, React has to compare all the routes. With the switch, once it finds one that match, it just exits and it doesn't have to compare the rest. That will be like just a minor, I will say, performance improvement on the comparison. Yeah, let me know if maybe later on any of you like finds maybe through your research a more compelling case. Generally, you will be using the switch because you want to render one thing on each route. So when in doubt, just use the switch. Questions, comments on this? When in doubt, use the switch. And this one, like, is generally just put sort of like at the top. Generally just sort of put it at the top is sort of keeping the hierarchy of which one is the root. But we saw that it doesn't really matter. Once we have an exact path on one of them, it doesn't really matter where it goes. We'll get it working. So just sort of conventional is put at the top. Other questions, comments? Sure. So let's move on to onto this part. So here, let's go back to blog. So we said that blog is this class component that will have state. Imagining we are getting this data from an API, right, from the network. We will have a component mount because we want, as soon as this component mounts, we want to get the data, whatever data is that we want to display. And in this case, we have this post API function or sort of module that we created here earlier, which this post API is just a mock API. We're not making a network request. This is just a function with a bunch of, there's an object. We're exporting this object with two functions, get_all and get_all. Get_all will just return literally this array that we have, which is posts, to simulate a get_all request. And get_one, what it does is it uses the find array method, and find, as we know, and with most array methods, is a loop that is checking. We'll loop over all the posts and find whenever this condition returns true, it just returns that one. It returns the first one that matched this condition. So it's like, now that we're talking about switch, it's very similar. Find, we'll loop over the post, and for each post, it calls this callback function. Whatever this callback function returns true, it just returns the element, that element for which the callback returned true. And this allows to sort of simulate the behaviors, just getting a single post, giving its ID. Any questions maybe about the API? Because this sort of has to be clear of how this is just mock to sort of simulate the network request. Simulate just not having the data hard-coded in our component, just having it from somewhere else. So questions about like this mock data? Yes?
I don't understand get_one at all. But it seems unimportant because we're going to eventually do it for real from a real API.
Right. Yes, but you will want to make sure that then if find is still confusing, you want to make sure that you review like array methods in general, and you will try to how you will write a function that given an array, it finds an element, right, inside of that array, and you will end up with a for loop that loops over everyone and checks if the condition, in this case the ID, matches. And once you know that you found an ID in the match, you know that you found what you were looking for instance. Yes, Cameron.
So let's say each page has a bunch of stuff that comes from like the back end. So we would have to make different folders for the one for each page separately, or so that really messy.
That part is, I do, so like, that is more about like the organization of the app. I do tend to have like, well, there are many ways in which you can approach that. Oftentimes what I do is I have like / components, my folder components, and inside of components for every route, I'll have another folder that will have the components that are being used on those routes. But we're gonna get to see that more like later on as we build more apps. Yeah. This post is an array that has, I don't know how many objects, it has like 9 objects. Let's see if I can format this. Format document. Oh, it is formatted. It's just that there are multiple lines. But this has like 9 objects where every object represents a post, and it has 3 properties. It has an ID, a title, and a content. Sort of, again, simulating a post that came from an API. The content is just plain text, title plain text, and the ID is just something we came up with as also plain text to uniquely identify each one of these. Yep.
Where did you get it?
This one we built together, where I just like added a title, somebody added some content. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So again, this is a function. This is exporting an object with 2 functions that we're going to use to simulate that, to simulate a network request. So going back to the blog, as we have component.mount, what we do is, instead of dogs API.getAll, you'll probably have Axios whatever URL, and then that catch or try async await with try catch, and you will end up setting the state with the data that you receive from your API. It's here that we're sort of abstracting that because that's not the main point. And when the component mounts, you get the data and you set the data to your state in post. And the next thing that we want to do is, like once we have the data, what we would like to do is render a list of items that have links to click on that will take us to that specific post page, basically. And I think this is where I lost most of you on like this part of the render. I was just having like 2 routes here. So let's see if we can argument this a little bit better. So let's go back to sort of like this. Go back to this, and we have. So we want to just show a list of links where every link will have the title of the post, and it will link to that post individual page. So for that, what we did was we have this function called render links. What this function does is returns a URL. It is mapping over the post that we have in the state. Let's do this sort of like posts for this.state. Like that. We have the post from the state and we're mapping. Remember that map will return a new array. in this case, we end up with an array where the elements are going to be an li wrapping a link that has that specific post, the current post that we're looping over, or the map is looping over, title inside, as well as pointing that link to this specific sort of URL that we picked, /blog/post/ that individual post ID. So if we go, so in this case, we could just call, at the beginning we were doing this straight in our render, which is fine. Here we just outsource that to a function, and let's do here render links. Let's just invoke this here with some JavaScript. And what this does is, it seems that we have some errors. Render links is not defined. That is because this is inside of a class, and we need this render. And let's go back here. So what this gives us is this. It gives us component mounted. The component got all of our posts from our fake API, and it iterated over, or it mapped those items, it mapped those posts to this list that we are seeing here. And as we inspect, for instance, this, note that doesn't happen if I comment out this. If I don't call render links, my list never gets made, basically. The blog component is fetching all the data, but the list is just never being made. So we made this function, this.renderLinks, to loop over and make that. That makes our list. So now if we inspect this, we will see that all these are links, well, they're LIs first, and inside of the LI we have an A tag, and we can see that all of them are different. We see that this one A is pointing to A234, this A345, B234, CED A2, and so on. And that's what we said here. That's our two here that we said /blog/post/post ID in the individual specific post ID. So questions up until this point about how we are getting the data maybe, or how we're showing this data from the API. Yes, Savita.
I'm confused about the link to.
Uh-huh. So, right, so what we put here, we discussed that we wanted the URL, these are like a decision the developer, us make about where do we want to link to, and we said we wanted to have this URL for specific posts. We want to have /blog/post/whatever ID, where this ID will be variable, right? Like this will be, if I'm looking at the first post, let's simplify it to like, this is like, imagine we have like the IDs are all sort of numerical. If we go to /blog/post/1, what we want to display there will be the single post with ID 1. Then if we change that to go to ID 23, we want to, in this case, at this endpoint, or at this route, we want to show the specific post with ID 23. So that's how we basically come up with this part, where we know that we wanted to point to this part. We wanted sort of to have this subroute, basically, as the developers of this app. And after this route, we wanted to have this be the variable ID, basically. And this is basically how we came up with this, because we want every link, every individual link to get its own, to be matched to its own specific post ID. Does that answer the question?
And it's getting the post ID from the array in the state?
That's correct, because you see it here. This is the post. We are destructuring. This is how this is called, destructuring the post from the this.state. What is, you can think of this as sort of bringing the post from the this.state. And here we just have to do post.map. And this post will be referring to the ones that are in state. Now map is just iterating over the post array. This post array is an array of objects where every object represents a post, and every post has 3 properties: ID, title, and content. And what we want to do, like conceptually, is turn this array of objects into an array of stuff that the user can see and consume. And that thing that the user can see and consume is list items and link that will be displayed to the user for the user to see and consume, to see and interact with. And that's why I like the map. Yeah.
What are you importing
in the blog.jsx file, we are, at the moment, we are importing post API. Even though we're doing this post, get rid of that, we're not using it. At the moment, we're just importing post API and link. We're just using using link. We're importing route and switch, but we haven't used those yet. But so far we just have link. And of course, React and components. Cool. So here, like, this function is turning this array of objects into an array of list items that then can be put on the DOM for the user to see. That React will put in the DOM for the user to see. And we want each one of those links to, to be pointing to the specific, the individual post ID, and we can accomplish that with this. Now, inside of the link, we want to show the post title, right? Because this is what the user will see. Where the link goes to is not as important as what the user see or what that they're clicking on. Yes, Peter.
Where do you have your route? If you scroll down.
Here. We don't. I removed the routes that we had because we're sort of like revisiting it. Yeah, that part. So right now, what we have is we have these links that they're pointing to. If I go to blog, they're pointing to individual posts in here, something like that. Oops. But right now, I'm not displaying anything custom, basically. And this is just sort of like the rest that we need to see. How do, like, the URL is changing, but the components are not changing. I'm not showing a new component that will display this specific post, basically. And a way in which you can handle that is then have 2 routes here. So here is like, we want, going back to this, we want blog to display at any given point one of 2 things. We want the blog component at any given point to display one of 2 things. That is, if we are in /blog, just /blog, we want the blog component to display the list. A route that displays the list of the items, of the links. And if we are in the route /blog/post ID, we want the blog component to display this specific post. We want the blog to show the specific post instead of showing the list. And this is, I do recognize this is sort of the hardest part to make sense of, how this component, we're gonna have blog. If we are on just /blog, we want to show the list. But if we are on a nested route, of blog, like in blog/post/23, we want to show the specific post instead of the list. So in here we will do, like, if we're in blog/post/, slash, in this case will be this column, the column post ID. If we are in this route, we want to show the specific post. We don't want to show the list. If we are just on /blog, we want to show the list. And the way in which we handle that is with a nested route. So what we're going to do here is do this. So we're going to have some routes. So I'm going to remove the render links. We're going to have the route switch. We're going to have a switch first. Why do we want to switch? Because we want only one of them to match at any given point. We don't want both to match at the same time. And we're going to have an initial route. So let's do route, I'm going to say path. And if it's just log, let's do if it's exactly blog. What we want to render, or sort of like the component that we want, or the thing that we want to render here is the list, right? This list that is being made by this is not, it's not a component. Could certainly be one. Like I could create a list, like links list component that then will just do this, and I could use here component. So sort of something like this component. It's not how we're going to do it, but just sort of for demonstrating. Links list. Imagine we have a component like linked list that will make the list of the links, and we imported that component. This is how we could do it, just using component. Now, so we could have this, but let's say we don't want to make the linked list component. We want to see the other prop that we can use, which is render. So what we could do there, and what we're going to do in this case, is see render. Instead of passing a component, I'm going to pass a function, render. And the render prop, so these words are sort of like interchangeable to some extent. It is hard, and this is something that, yeah, I do recognize we're going to have to keep talking about. I think there's just no way to sort of get it on one go, the render versus component. But basically, in here, what we could do here is we want to call a function that returns a component. So that's sort of like the difference. When you use component, you pass a component. When you use render, you pass a function that creates a component. In this case, like we have this function, render links. The component that this function is creating, or the tag that this is returning is a UL. So we could have this render then, and let's call it render links, just like that. And let's see what we have up until this point. Render links is not defined because it's this dot render links. And so note here what we have. So if we go to blog, if we go to blog, we get the list, just exactly the same. And this is why this is hard to get, because we did some changes and nothing seemed to have changed. But one thing did change when we go to blog. Now when you click on one of these, the list disappears. And the reason why it disappears is because of this switch and this route. We're only at this point in time, we're only going to show the list if the path matches exactly blog. If it doesn't match exactly blog, then that means we're not in /blog, we're in /blog/ something else. And we are. If we go here, we are in /blog/post with this. So this is where this blank space that we're sort of seeing here, if I go back to blog, works. This blank space that we see here, this is where we're going to put our post. And we're going to do that by just having another route where it doesn't need to be exact path. And we're going to have blog, this one that we're talking about, blog post ID. So in here, we're going to be able to access the post ID. Now let's do, so we could do it with render, we could, or we could use the component that we have. So let's actually think about that. For now, let's show maybe, for now, let's just leave it like this. Let's see if this breaks or anything. Just go skills, blogs, cool. We have a route, but then here we want to do, when we match this route, which basically we're currently now matching this. We're not seeing the list because we're not matching this. We are currently matching this. Then we want to show this, the individual posts. And for that, we have this post component. What this post component will be the one in charge of rendering a single post. Is in charge of rendering a single post. We have this component that as soon as the component mounts, imagining we have an API, we'll make an API call to get that specific post by that specific ID and get all its details. That's what we're simulating with post API.getOne. And that returns to us some data of that post, and that data we're gonna put on state most of the time. So let's do post data. Since we know that this thing should be start as an empty object, and that is because we know that our posts are going to be objects, right? They're not, every single post, the individual post, is an object. So we have this component that as soon as it mounts, we'll get details about the post. And remember that here, this sort of like the final point we could, before we get this, before we go home and we see like this last thing. Get1 is expecting an ID here, so I need to specify an ID here. For now, let me hardcode 1. I think there is 2, 3, 4. That's this one, 2, 3, 4, yeah. So we're always going to get the same one. And let's say, so we get that one as soon as the post component mounts. Then we're just going to render a div with the title of the post in an h1 and a p tag with the post content. And as we have that, so we have the component in charge of displaying a single post. Now, how do we use this component? We'll use it in the route here. We'll use it in here. Can use component, and here, assuming we are importing posts here at the top, import the single post from post. Then we're just going to pass in component, pass in here the post component. Thank you, component. And let's look at what we have here. So we have about everything else works exactly the same. Blog, when I click on an 8 and Oreo, I get that one. That's cool. Let's go back, blog. Let's click on Bell, and I still get I ate an Oreo. We're always gonna get the same one because we have hard-coded the ID, right? So that makes sense. The good thing is that now we're sort of removing the list and showing the individual post component. When we go back, we get back to the list like this. Say that again?
I said I put a button, once you push on the tag,
Uh-huh.
I created a button so that you click the button back to blog post and it brings you back to this page instead of actually pressing blog.
Uh-huh. So you have, but
When you press a post, the content shows up and then a button goes back to blog.
like here, like, but it's not really a button. It has to be a link.
It's a button with a link inside.
Okay.
Or a link with buttons.
Yeah. Cool. So what Brianna just has is a button here that will take her back to blog. In this case, I have to click blog again. Cool. So they keep forgetting like this thing that we specified here, and in 1 minute is understanding, just being comfortable with props in general, how you're passing props, because now these route components are passing props to your components. So it turns out that post is receiving some props that route is automatically passing. Let's take a quick look at what those look like. If we go in here and we inspect our components, and I don't want to have to scroll and search here. Actually, it's the last one. You could also just search here for post, and that helps you find it. We can see this. This is stuff that we hadn't had before. When we had our components, there were no props passed to our components that we didn't pass explicitly. But now with the React Router DOM, the route will pass in props to your component. And you want to take advantage of those props, especially. So from those props, you get these three. You get these three properties: history, location, and match. And these are props that all the routes are passing to your components. In this case, if we inspect match, there is some information like exact, params, path, URL, and this params object. Oh wait, it doesn't show now? This is just to show, but in here params, we will have, in this params here, we will have basically the stuff that we put in here. Let's maybe do console.log. This.props. Let's just console log it to see it more deeply. As we console log, this is the props. You see, these props we never pass in explicitly to our component, to our post component. These props are being passed by the route, and in these props you have the history. You can see how many this history is sort of like as a kind of spoiler alert. This is like how it will do back and forward here, right? And that history is at the end of the day a stack, like the implementation of a stack. But in here, if we go to match, we go then to params. What the heck is not showing up in here? If this doesn't work, let's just go home. Oh, I'm doing it in the wrong component. It has to be on post. In here, I want to inspect the props that are being passed to this one, and console.log this.props. So let's look at that again. These are the props now that are being passed to post. the route component, because the route is now sort of the parent of your post component, is passing these props. We go to match, we see params. This is where we can get that specific thing from. This is where we can get the ID from, because of the route is passing the params as a prop to our component. And we just basically, once we have that knowledge that through the props match params we can get to the post ID, then we know that in our post, for not hard coding this here anymore, we can have something like let post ID equal this dot props dot match, as we saw here, dot params dot post ID, and we just change that instead from hard coding to whatever came through props thanks to the route. And now we go back to blog. I ate an Oreo, blog, bell, hijacked, and coding companies like this guy will show. But that is, again, just one more time, because we have this route here that is sort of using this URL parameter that then becomes available to the child post through the props, this dot props, that match, that params, as we see it here. So that is it. This is something that I'm sure we're gonna need to revisit, especially like the route params. So I'm gonna be thinking of how to like reinforce that. But that is it for today. I would appreciate if you do that exit ticket before you leave. But that will be it. Thank you, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
Right around here, my app broke.
Okay, show me the error.
Show you.
The error that you're seeing.
Oh, yeah.
Element type is invalid. Expected a string for built-in components or class functions for the composite component, but got undefined. That's probably because this is probably on your, I think maybe it's your function. So this is because you are giving React something that is undefined instead of a component or an HTML tag. This that render links is that, so that's correct. Maybe post component.
But it's even if you got rid of that post component,
It will still show that.
it only showed up the first time. Even if I got rid of it, it shows up.
Still like the error.
It's the same.
I see.
Problems with something.
So it's earlier than. Wait, something here. So if like if we comment this out, it goes away. Okay, so it is here then. Link, props. It has to be here then. This is where it's defined route exact hash log slash. Oh wait, no, I don't think this is it. But render this dot render links. Let's uncomment this again. It just completely breaks and that is passing undefined. Render. Yeah, these are check the render methods for blog.
That's why I'm waiting.
Route slash.
Wait, did you write your blog as a function or
This is a class. This is interesting.
Render link.
I was following the whole
So
time,
render
but
this.
gotta just do whatever you do.
Maybe wait. So maybe it's here like
Cancel not post and render link.
like here. Yeah, control out here post. Maybe it's that the
It's
posts
not
are
gonna-
undefined.
It's not gonna come up.
It comes up the first time around, I think, right before it breaks. And open the inspector, and then maybe I think we might need to refresh it. Yeah. It's been a string. That's the same one.
Check render method.
Yeah, I did that. I wasn't there. I don't really.
Let's see this. Debugger should give us something. Oh wow, that breaks this immediately.
Yeah, like it doesn't work for blogs. Yep. No.
No, I understand what you know.
Thank you.
Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, I was like following the whole time you were doing it, and then when you went back and redid it again, I deleted it, and went back and did it again, and the same thing happened.
No,
Let's
that's-
try this.
Yeah, I'm not running it live.
Yeah, I did that. I restarted my computer while we've been sitting here.
No, it doesn't. Wait, that worked. That worked?
Block components.
But it should also be pulling up the listed.
Oh, that's because I think I commented it out. No, okay.
It's right here. But I mean, it's
Blog.
exactly the same. Save for the console log.
Wait. But
I'm not sure.
the restart did help. Alright, I haven't saved this. Then it's gonna break.
Yeah. It's broken.
So it's even before.
It's got something to do with all the way up here in the index.
Yeah, no, but
But
this
it's,
is.
it's really just whatever is going on with the log.
Click on that.
Yeah, but this is like all very.
All these problems are stemming from the fact that something was wrong in the render of the blog.
Yeah.
So then along the way, like 19 other things.
What's wrong with your render? Check your render.
That's what we were looking at.
Here, let's try this.
I'm pretty sure it has something to do with this function.
Yeah, no, that's.
Yeah, because this is the only line that there's really an issue
You
with.
see,
But I don't know what's wrong with this.
those
function.
indices in the brackets.
No, we don't need the parentheses. Let's try this.
No, I'm saying like maybe they don't match up.
Let's try this. This should.
Are you importing link?
Yeah.
This is weird because I forgot to call it. Okay, so we hit the debugger now. Post is an empty array. And then now post, you see now post is this array of three things. Let's release this. And that works here. Oh. So that works here.
But that's not the actual thing, right? Like now that, like if
Right,
you,
there's
if
no-
you didn't use the debugger, it wouldn't work, right?
But I guess what I'm thinking about is
Oh, you're saying that the function works as long as you don't put it in the.
route. Yeah. Render it.
Do you have to get rid of the other render? I mean, the other route for the blog? No, right?
Like, if you can get
Same thing, kind of just like overrides it?
I'm not gonna rewrite this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be there before.
Element type is in by expected as string. We unlikely forgot, but got undefined.
Link to. Oh, link. Is that like that with brackets?
Yeah, this.
No, I'm saying the curly brace is on the outside of the link. So you're gonna just leave like this. Click on that. Or like that.
No, we do need those for the string interpolation to work.
For string interpolation, because that's JavaScript.
I think
so it's taking in JavaScript, so it needs the curly braces.
I think my. This is not. I think this is the problem. At some point, this function is returning undefined for some weird reason, and if we see the debugger here, we might be able to detect why.
Are you using post-it or?
So here we are in the render. Where did I put the debugger? Put it here. No, let me just remove this one. So just have it in one place. This is not even being called.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's.
Is your list that render links pre-programmed? That might be
Let's go back here. So you're here. Let's go to block. This block that. Wait, now what's. This takes a little bit long to break.
What about an app.js?
Array of 0. Oh, I guess, wait. Oh, I think we were not hitting the debugger just because I didn't have this open. So the first time around, post is an empty array. Then the second time around, we hit the debugger on here. Oh yeah, so here, symbol. Yeah, so I guess this is the React component, this symbol thing. Now, let's just start. Wait, let's try. What was I gonna try? Yeah, this. Let's try this. Well, even this breaks.
Really?
Even like no data. This shouldn't break. So your problem is then is definitely the function.
Wait, let's Google the error. See what
Yeah, that's a good. That's always a good. This breaks. This is.
This is just a div. This is not.
This seems to be like a deeper problem, but I
Wait,
there.
comment out post on the console bar as well.
So this just should render that there. We hit the debugger, so the function is being called. We hit the debugger on the other end. Oh wait. No, sorry. This is because you still. No, that's. Does it
So,
remember place?
wait. Put the function up here and then comment that out to see if it's actually the actual function.
Here?
Yeah, because you see
Yeah,
the
but
list.
take that and
and
put
now
it outside.
something's on here. So
Or like comment this out and then call like here basically. Just like
yeah.
do this.
you do this on state. Okay, get inside of the UI, we have
Okay. So that's some progress.
all of that.
So the problem is then the route. It's not the function. Wait, let's try this.
Let's even see if we get any key first. They gotta see
Try
the
this.
key
Course is not defined. Oh,
could be close.
let's try this.
So maybe 6 or kick or whatever. So
Oh.
Wait, okay.
Let's see.
this is awesome programming. So the problem is definitely the route. In fact, if we do this, it just works. The problem is the route for some weird reason. You see this?
Yeah, but I copied it from you and
Check
you
the
just
syn-
rewrote it.
check
So
the
like I
syntax.
also.
Yeah.
Sometimes I notice that. Oh, sometimes there's like a little something.
Oh, you copied from. No, I don't think that's the problem.
I'm just trying to think of anything.
Well, even then you rewrote the route.
Yeah, I
So
rewrote
it
the route.
doesn't- It wouldn't matter.
But let's see, just to make sure. Where is this component?
So you have the blog.
It's a blog.
Go to your app.
Render this way.
Forgot it's just the command.
In the add.js, are you routing again?
Yeah, but he said it doesn't matter.
Because I follow along with it.
Exactly. Wait, okay, let's do this.
I think it's still posted.
Oh shit, I think no. Did I close it?
I don't think so.
Let's do it. So it turns out that we could just write this function here. So what I'm gonna do is
Oh, okay. So if we change it there. Oh, yeah.
even that breaks.
So weird.
I think this is this
Oh,
here.
correction.
Let's try this.
Saves.
Wait. Could it be?
Okay.
Why is this here? The render.
I'm going to make fingers. I'm going to little.
Component amount. That's like, do you have the auto formatting?
What thing?
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. That's that. Let's see that.
Well,
So
it was the route. It was this. Because here,
what if we get rid of
it's
this?
ID.
Right.
But
You want to try
we're
everything there
calling
is.
it
First thing.
right here.
Hey, check actually.
No, that one is right. It is.
What is
Yeah, it might also come from like a higher up.
It was
Component.
one of them. I had to do another ID. It might have been this.
Because it's saying what the problem
Wait,
is.
that's switch statement?
In
Yeah,
other
that's
words,
right.
yeah.
Where?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just switched it.
Okay.
Wait, like, give me one. Give me. Are you just staying a little bit after?
I wasn't down to it.
Yeah,
Like,
give me
this
like
is
5
if
minutes.
this is like a one-off problem, it's not a big deal. I just want to make sure I understand it more than like this specific app works.
Yeah. Let's try this one more thing. You need to remove your node modules. Just install them again, and then let's check back like in 5 minutes. Hey, Brian.
That's fine.
Nice.
And then I can even press the video and anything.
Oh, you can play the video and everything. Nice. And how do you get it to work?
It is in my blog post. So right after actually, like the switch routes. This is just it right here. This is div.
I see. Oh, and then
And
this.
it's Twitter timeline embedded. So you have to install React Twitter embed or embed. Some I forgot.
Like here at the top, I guess you can see it.
Yeah.
React Twitter embed.
Yeah.
I see. And then, but this ID is yours only.
It's mine. It's my specific collection. I made a collection of all the tweets that have 301 days of code that I made because I didn't know if I was gonna have to like get it from their like specific API, but that would be like one at a time. Whereas this collection, it will automatically add to it, and then I can just call it, and then it will update by itself. So it goes through from the most recent all the way to.
But you should try it. You should try a meta recursive tweet. You should like take a photo right now and tweet right now and see if it appears. That's cool though. And wait, so how do you make a collection on Twitter?
I had to learn how to use TweetDeck.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's what like the professional people use, or like the celebrities and stuff. Because you can add your lists and stuff. So.
And this is like an official app.
Yeah.
Like an official Twitter
thing. So
this
is where my collection is. So if I can go and add a specific tweet to a collection like this. So let's just add that. Now let's see if it shows up if it shows up here.
Well, I think it should show it.
This is the collection, or maybe not, but
maybe it takes some time
to load up there.
Yeah.
But that's where each.
Got it.
That's where I would add it to. So.
Cool. That's really cool. Yeah, we're using a custom React component for that. Yeah, with React, sometimes actually most of the times, if it's stuff that was like using just plain HTML, somebody probably already built a component that integrates it. Yeah, like in this case.
It's like, I don't know how to do it.
Yeah. Cool. Well,
thank you.
I'm glad that you got it.
What did I have to install besides routing down? I did that, and I did npm install just in general.
Just npm install in general would be enough.
It doesn't matter.
Then try to run your app.
I did.
And still very good. Wait, so what the last thing? Let me grab a seat there where you sit.
Let's try.
Can you check what version of React Router you're using?